lights shall come to bed, illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but three shall be as one. Freedom in flame, the end has just begun. Strength may break come on, but twisted make unbreak. Together on our own, the journey shall be made. Huddled in the cold, backs against the storm, the timid and the bold, they keep each other warm, shivering alone, but join not afraid. Together on our own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be when the stars align, the rights shall come to bear, illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. Strength may break alone, but twisted make unbraid. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made. The journey shall be made. The journey shall be
Oh, thank God it's just a bot account. Nobody heard me singing. Hey there. Let me tell you a tale. This is the kind of music that sounds like that. Doing Goob. Currently downstairs making sushi. Making sushi, hell yeah. What kind of sushi? You don't have too much. Cucumber, carrots, and cream cheese with some sesame seeds. Yo. Yeah, that still sounds very good. Kind of like oh, what is it? Is it a Philadelphia roll? One that has cucumbers and cream cheese and something else? Oh no. Philadelphia roll has salmon. There's a pizza sushi roll? What is this? Hold on. What is this? Cream cheese on a wheat tortilla. Whole wheat. Excuse me. Then layer pepperoni roasted. Charred roasted red peppers over half the tortilla. Ah, I see. So it's not a real... it's not a real sushi roll. So not a real sushi roll, but it's a weird, I guess, approximation to make with tortillas. Interesting. How bad is a California roll? Why is that one of the things that, like, people also ask on Google? How bad is a California roll? Oh, it's talking about the calories. Let's see. Well then. Yeah, I hope that goes well for you. I hope the sushi making goes well for you. Oh. Okay. I am excited to reach the conclusion of this game here. I am also excited. Well, I'm excited to start another game, but I'm also excited to reach the conclusion of this game because I think it's good. Also kind of sad that we have to leave these characters. You hate the ends and it's pretty nice. Hell yeah. You hope Quietus went well? I think it went great. I think everybody had a fun time. We were like I think it was great because we were making like little jokes in between and everything. But still for the most part kept everything very serious. At least in character wise. Yeah. I didn't get to either. I feel like there's stuff I could have done better, but I think that's always gonna be the case, you know, so just keep trying to improve. I think it went very well for the part. Let me load up Pyre. Have to stop the music for that. Cool. Oh heck. What's up? So I can see my own audio levels. There we go. To quickly recap what happened last time. We had our first loss. We learned that the liberation rites are coming to a close. We only have a certain amount left. We are very close to reaching that end. Yeah, pretty much it. Everybody had to kind of come to terms, like, rather, the characters themselves had to come to terms with the fact that not everybody is going free. Last time we had Hedwin escape. Rather, he was set free. So we have Jodariel, Gay, Hamitha, Wolfred, Bertrude. We found out a lot of stuff about their, like, kind of just backstories. Like Hedwin, I think we previously learned that he was part of the Blood Border. He found Akani, who was a lone harp, and him just like a lone person, and they kind of ended up falling in love and like running away, but like had to go back to each other's, you know, respective communities, and Hedwin was sent down here. Ikani is still somewhere out there, possibly. And so you guys chose to let him free when the liberation rite came. We also sold some of these. I think I'm gonna sell some other ones too. We don't need money. We're not like hurting for money, really. Hey, Snake. Did we hold on? I have to look again because I'm like, I feel like we set someone else free last time, but I don't think so. Oh, that's why, because Wolfred. So Wolfred actually is on our team now. He's actually a playable character. How you doing, Sonic? That's pretty much it. He's part of the actual troop now. Oh, we had more run-ins with Orlick, and Orlick is kind of horrifying. He's like sort of magical, maybe? Doing okay? Tired, eating a Borg? Hell yeah, what kind of Borg? The forbidden cairn of Hope lies below. Not many exiles see fit to cross beyond it. Some fear that the listless remains of Shaq's 6 shoulders shall snatch them up if they attempt to cross. Others simply do not pass through the flagging hands. Shaq's 6 shoulders, the bone titan, slain by scribe Haub the Swallow. None dared approach this withered fiend, whose plague had spread across half the valley. Few know its true significance as we do, although your adversaries, the accusers, should be on their way there now. Soon you shall confront them once again. Right, we're fighting the accusers this time. This route would be good to pursue vocations. Hunch, you may find something valuable. Let's go with, here, a shunt. Just a cheese boiga with the red stuff, yellow stuff, and wet green chips. Okay, so is that ketchup, mustard, and pickles? Or is that, by wet green chips, do you mean like lettuce? Oh, pickles? Okay. Okay. You make time to explore the stark badlands of Shunt with your companions. A rocky northern pass, but towards the ominous cairn of Hope. I haven't seen a thing, Bertrude. What about you?
We had discovered not of any consequence, yet there is more to see.
They turn to you. You may continue searching or return to the wagon empty-handed. Do vocations. Let's head back. Your time here is better spent pursuing your vocations, because we can level somebody up. Oh, they're both so close to leveling up all the way. Let's mentor Jodario. Very well. There is much to learn. Knowledge of that book is vital to us. Oh, so close. Okay. Despite we have all seen, I have yet to be convinced these scribes yet live. What is our last thing? That's actually very good. Having this mixed in with flinging an orb also banishes them. That's super, super good. Yeah, continue journey.
You
Oh.
are nothing, reader.
Also this happened.
Nothing but a mindless cripple.
How?
Your every action
That
is a
hurt.
stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You wake from what little sleep you managed this past night. Once more, the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. This prismatic Weird Al is kind of rude. Yes. So, we found out last time through Volfred that this guy, the voice, was actually one of the Nightwings previously. He, when he was set free, he gained a place in like a high council, where he also has the added benefit, I guess, of like, how should I say this? He has the added benefit of seeing the rights and what happens in them in the downside over here. He's kind of all for the Commonwealth and everything, because he was set free. He obtained a high position in power, and assumedly he wants to keep it. He doesn't like what we're doing. He thinks that Volfred is kind of a traitor to the Commonwealth and everything. And he was nice to us and everything up until he found out that Volfred was, with us. And so he's kind of shifted and he's kind of tormenting us. Can't really do much physically from over there. He just has to be sassy. That's basically all he can do. If the voice is truly that of the Archjustice Androbeles IX himself, as Volfred indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. I can't stop you right now, so I'm just gonna insult you and hope you stop at some point. Pretty much. Because he himself thought that, like, we could be an understudy for him, I guess. But he can't really do anything because he's in the Commonwealth and he has no way of actually affecting what happens on the downside. He can only really see and speak to me as a reader. Here in the dry flats of Jomiot Valley, you encounter a messenger imp, come to deliver news and rumors from the other side. The news this time pertains to Hedwyn, whom you liberated at the fall of Soleum. You learn Hedwyn returned safely to the Commonwealth, where he was clothed and welcomed, his past transgressions all forgiven. He was to be groomed for a leadership position of his choice, whether on the council or the Blood Border, each equally as lucrative and secretive as well. However, he refused, and before the stunned council members could do anything about it, he left them. He's since made contact with Volfred's agents and is working together with them. Thus, the ranks of the revolution grows stronger. Per the messenger imp custom, the last part of the message was transcribed from Hedwyn, word for word, and says, "Keep going. See you here." You thank the messenger imp for relaying this information. Soon your companions are all abuzz about it. I wonder if he'll ever find the one he fell for. Well done, Hedwyn, my boy. I knew you could do it.
May that boy's spirit infect the lot of ye, as would a plague.
You did it. I always thought Hedwyn was looking for someone out there back home. Do you think he found her? News of Hedwyn's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. We gain +1 hope for the next raid. Now, wish Hedwyn some luck. Oh boy, fucking Ron.
Lupin te vende faz.
Oh, hey guys. It's nice to see you. Honest. I'm not gonna be saying that just because you're customers. Definitely not saying that because of that. But anyways, gotta have a look around.
Real talk. I feel like I'm not doing a consistent voice for Ron just because I'm trying not to die, you know? We'll get rid of this. Get rid of this. While this isn't necessarily like, yeah, that one's not bad. It- Yeah, we'll keep these. Adversaries are slowed and cannot use abilities. You know what? No. But we'll take these permanent ones and just give it to someone. Okay.
Mal me sempre faz.
Shall be seeing you guys.
Good old Falcon Ron. Ooh, what's this? Xylobones. Okay, I'm done. Yeah. Who are we gonna send in? I kind of feel like it'd be a good idea to send in Jodariel to level her. Oh, wait, we have to use these three. That's right. The other thing is they got summoning sickness. Or banishment sickness, whatever it's called. So these two are out for this run here. We just gotta figure out what they need. There's a +5. Such a bop them bones can make, hell yeah. I'm gonna use one of these +3s on it. Can't use one on that. Can use one on that. Okay. Commence the rites. As the night sets in above the cairn of Haub, you take a solitary walk about the grounds, as has become your custom. This time you venture somewhat farther than usual, however. In the darkness you see one of the accusers not very far from you. He notices you then and reaches for his mask.
Karate Septa.
Who goes there? Show yourself! Ah, the lackey of the Night Wings. Get you from my sight. You and all these fools you stand with are a waste of time. We shall prove it to you momentarily. The exchange is brief and Lendell leaves you to join his companions. Even as you see the stars begin to signal the commencement of the rites, you rejoin your fellow exiles in all haste. Look at all these stars I'm not gonna use, because oh my god, are they, some of them, terrible. Also, is it just me or is the sound... No. Okay. I thought the sound was like more quiet than usual, but I guess it's just me.
Rita, I am still very cross with you, you know. To think
Of
I
course.
saw in you a worthy heir. Not just to the legacy of the Night Wings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool.
I guess
have
I'm
no
a
choice
fool.
But to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold. Son,
You. We're ready for you, Night Wings. Come, accusers. Let us crush them and be done here quickly. Plus 35.
go on then.
So he has his plus 35. He deals extra bonus damage. Was they to be dealing 36? Disembodied voice of duty. Hey Jeff, how you doing? Quickness and nah. You shall be fine. Although, the Flame Leech is pretty good. Hold on. Oof. Okay, no. We'll just keep this set
Ariel
because they're very good.
Gay.
A gay. Making the reader say gay. Or the voice, excuse me. You're dead inside? Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, my dude. I hope things get better. Pop, pop.
Kanatha.
I'm doing good though. Oh, I'm ready for them.
Kabarasta Nox-
Come then, Night Wings. We're prepared for you.
Begin. Praise be to the scribes. Be gone, you lot.
Oh no.
Magnificent.
You've done the same thing in a game the past 3
The
hours.
accuser's pyre grows weaker.
Oh, I did the wrong thing.
A stroke of luck is all.
Ah, yes, stroke of luck.
Goodbye, Jodariel. Bye, Gay. All of the night winds banished.
They got me.
Lendl snuffed out some of your flame.
You've done the same thing in a game for the past 3 hours.
The
What?
Nightwing's adversaries gained an edge. Banished all of them. A true aimed thrust into the fire. This is the path to glory. Poof.
Damn. Ooh. Oh shit. Where is it?
Lendl banished. Why, that was rather
Gay,
bold.
gay, homosexual, gay. Gay is honestly like secretly, well, not so secretly. She's just very good.
Indeed. As per the sacred law,
By gay, what an ally this guy is. Hear me, accusers. We stop them here and now. Smack.
that Lendl certainly enjoys a rousing speech, though talk means nothing in the rights.
Oh, nice.
Lendl snuffed out some of your flame.
It's fine.
How comical. Most foul.
Ouch. Okay, don't let them do it again.
Alas for Lendl. All of the accusers gone.
So what? What?
Now take it. And it is done.
Easy.
The Nightwings prevail. May their next adversaries fare
All the
a little
girls.
better.
It was a full girls team, and they were fucking
The
amazing.
right is complete.
No, I will not rot in this accursed pit like you. This is not over. Actually,
There
I'm
is
pretty
much
sure
to
it
learn
is.
from this experience.
The rights would have me think that I have nothing left to learn. Whether that be a falsehood or contradiction, I am yet uncertain. Nonetheless, to press on for the limits of my mastery always have exceeded my grasp. I expect they always shall. No. Recovering stamina after banishing someone? Fantastic.
Praise be to Solium. eagerly await our next such outing.
What an ally this guy is. That's so funny. There proves little time for rest as at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles vanquished the accusers with aplomb. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing better at least. Express gratitude to Jodario, Gay, and Pamitha for their efforts. Just then, the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well what he has come to indicate to you, and follow him back out into the darkness. Stars above seem to be few and fading, yet one still shines, defiant. Seek it out. Ah, we're fighting the chastity. I think. Hey, our probability of success is at 69%. Yeah, we're fighting the chastity. You notice the lone minstrel is standing there with you regarding the night sky. Borp. Yeah, I'm sorry. I burped. The Gate Guardian and I, we have paid witness to the liberation rites upon the fullest solium for a long time. We have seen so much. And so, I am taken aback. I'm a bit taken aback, is all. To see something which I have never seen. We look upon the stars together for a while, and then I wish you good fortune, and the wisdom of the scribes in your ascent. The lone minstrel leaves you there, alone under the night. It has grown very late, and you need rest. The Black Wagon shall have to take flight again, come morning. 7 out of 10, Borp. Oh, I thank you. Sandra, can I talk to you? Oh, okay. I want to take these. This. Let us continue. No. Not gonna kill another one of those things by accident. Okay. Something appears different now about the sacred mountain west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious region below, which you know as Temple High Road and Temple Cistern, seems swept clean by the elements. Wilfred observes all of this alongside you. It is as though the entire downside now is well aware that soon the cycle of the rites shall cease to turn. The weather lately has been very much unusual, to say the least. In this case, however, it appears to have afforded us a bit of a shortcut. We should be able to make landing closer to the Scribe's Gate now. Just as well. I think all of us are feeling rather more on edge these days. A swifter journey to the summit means that we can all conserve our strength for the coming trial. Main favor from the scribes or Volfred? I don't know. There's something I wanted to check back in the thing, but fuck it. Go with Volfred. Well, actually, I don't even know if I'm gonna use them right now. I don't know if I'm gonna use them next. Right. You arrive once more, the splendors of Mount Elodiel. It appears that Manly and Chastity have already arrived along the route. Okay, what I wanted to check is this stuff for everyone. What is our next path? Will it get faster than usual? Faster and farther, that's not bad. Oh, if we could have gotten this. It's fine. Can we go to the McDonald's? You want to go to the McDonald's? No. We have food at home. Excuse me. It's faster. Casting. Oh, I still need to figure out how to do that. I might take flying. Ah, yeah, that's what we're going up with next. And for here... This is good. Okay. I want to try that out. Okay. Because I still haven't gotten the hang of it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the bless. You crave gimmicky sustenance? Is McDonald's gimmicky to you? I've never heard it described as gimmicky. Yes, I see. 80% of the menu starts with Mick. Okay, yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. Okay. Oh! How far? How long? Okay. I did it. Oh my god, I haven't been using this at all. Look at that! Oh my god! Hamatha, wait. Hamatha, wait. Wait. Oh my god, Hamatha. That's so cool. That's so amazing. It's such a big explosion too. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Okay, I think I kind of got it. I need to see what happens if I put like the increased aura on it. Where is the increased? Okay. That's such a big explosion. And that's like, I feel like that's noticeably bigger. Yeah. Okay. For the wagon. Yo, being able to take out so many of them in one swoop like that, that's so good. Hey, Oppie. How you doing? You're just in time for the next liberation room. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Jodariel on a brief expedition to the monument of Jomyud, Minimane. I sometimes cannot shake the feeling I am cursed. These horns of mine, for instance. I have you scribes to thank for them. If I have brought you some amusement, then it's that you be favorable to my companions. They grow anxious at their few remaining chances to return. You return to the wagon once she's finished paying her respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. And she gets +2 presents for the next rite. Yo. You've been trying to update Windows all day and it's being a pain. Oh, I'm sorry. Updating Windows is the worst sometimes. I honestly think Ametha. Yeah. Mentor. Do we get that? It levels up. We got her last thing. I used to soar about the mountains with the high-wing remnants. And we would see the Commonwealth shining down on the horizon. It enraged us, the mere sight of it. I can fly free no longer, yet that anger, I don't feel it anymore. Beanie cute. Oppie, I liked your art, by the way. Oppie posted art? Hold on. What? Everybody has its weaknesses. If I've come to learn anything at all in life, it's that oh my god, I read that totally wrong? If I've learned anything in life, it's that. You know, that I don't hate Commonwealth anymore. The one in the VC channel? Ah. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the gate guardian regards you all above on archway carved from stone. The exiles of the Nightwings. Excuse me. The exiles of the Nightwings. You must know by now that once the stars are no longer shine, the rites shall cease. But now step forth. Except for you. Tariq, you stay right there.
Salutium, Celeste.
Greetings, Celeste. Nightwings are prepared. And as for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again. Do we understand each other, Tariq?
Felamta, Celeste.
Aye, Celeste. I apologize for my behavior before. Shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now, each of you, come forth. Please state your names, and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so. You follow them in turn. The gate guardians regard you all, then waves you through towards the summit. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Soldi Ravatas.
Am I free to accompany them, Celeste? Or shall I remain here? She looks at him. You're free to accompany them, Tariq.
Recosta Fara.
As you will, Celeste. So we meet upon the summit then. You wish that was your art? Found it by looking up Yoda X Palpatine on Google.
Vergiss sie für euch.
Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in, I guess. You got here right on time, because I was just thinking, maybe I would close a little early here, you know?
Fuck.
Business has been real good and everything. It's been a little slow in spots. A little slow is all. I was thinking, maybe I should do a sale. What would you say to that?
Falcon Ron wishes to know your thoughts on a potential sale. Go for it. A well-promoted sale might be just the thing to shake things up at the slug market.
Der oude Magna sie som Pyre.
Oh, well,
Ah. Sorry.
well, maybe that's a way to look at things, and then I am gonna think about it, stew on it for a while, but no promises, okay?
Fuck! Falcon! Rod! Please!
So, you buying something here or what?
God damn it, Ron. Yes, Wanderer, because you were wondering what the fuck. And you thought I feel like, to be fair, I feel like Wanderer probably thought that she made that. That's fine. You have lovely searching skills. The bearer can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them. I kind of already do that. Okay.
Sempre simile für euch.
I'm not even gonna do it this time. Tell all your friends about it, because I already told mine. Really, the only people I see him talking to is us, so are we his friends? I guess that'll depend on what happens, but anyways, commence the liberation rite. Once more, the time has come for the liberation rite, where among you, one can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the chastity. Fuck that. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of the rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion.
Oxare juntas.
Night is falling. These moments, prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause. Knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, reader, would you? To ease the waiting for both of us. I have traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, Commonwealth, I know only through word and song. Sometimes think on what life would be like out there
Nascenta veniam.
if you were not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country. What would you have done with your days and years?
rather than striving here under the stars. Maybe you would have tended the land. The simple life on the farm may have been your calling. You miss the earth where you're from. Maybe you sailed across the seas, the borders of the Commonwealth. Therein lies the freedom you sought. Might have gone where it's quieter and peaceful and enjoyed the stillness for the while. You feel yet an obligation to correct the Commonwealth towards a better course. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, the outskirts sounds pretty nice, but also fighting for freedom. Perhaps it was inevitable that you were to be cast into exile. You cannot abide the state of things within the Commonwealth. There's so much needing to be changed there.
Estutare grandas.
It seems, then, that you would have faced a greater challenge there than even here. Your Commonwealth. Sounds to be a country rather set in its ways. Of course, that is the nature and ambition of the plan, of which you are a part of. May your actions here help bring about the future you desired on the other side. 69%, hell yeah. Just then the lone minstrel looks forward, see that it is time. Stars above, though faint, begin to burn.
The stars that yet remain
Nice.
aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the chastity soon douse those flames of yours. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
Owie, somebody's angry. The pyre burns and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared for.
Volunta lorigas.
I concur. The pyre burns and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed of the chastity, come forth and declare yourself and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Manly flourishes onto the ground and grasps his mask in his spindly fingers. Warmest salutations to you all upon this blessed eve. I am H. Manly Tenderstuff. I must say that I'm very moved to be a part of these proceedings. It shall be my humblest of privileges to return, quite soon I hope, unto the Commonwealth, where I shall dedicate myself in full toward the betterment of that society. I long to be part of this glorious tradition, even when my freedom is rightfully restored. For it is not the case that exiles such as we are called upon to lead. How you govern any Commonwealth is not our business here. Your intentions shall mean nothing if you do not prevail in this right, Manly Tenderself. Oh, but I meant no offense, none at all. I shall serve well these rights, I promise. Why, I should think I should be sending many exiles here into the downside to replace me. And I can think of quite a few who I think would benefit from experiencing this wonderful tradition for themselves. The Manly covers his face again. Now, as for you, Nightwings, make no attempt to undermine me here, and nothing shall befall you or your loved ones in the Commonwealth. Is it a deal? Nightwings, On whose behalf shall you conduct the liberation rite? Choose quickly.
Telegeratus.
May you heed your heart in making your choice, reader.
Varese Prama.
I trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tariq.
Phelantas eres.
Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
Okay. The choice has come once again. And we have the three ladies. Not Big Virtue, though. She gets to stay, because she's cool. Hey, Rudy's full tongue too, not safe for work for the server. I'm sorry? I'm sorry? Anyway, time to set up a poll. Who shall gain their freedom tonight? Our choices this time are Jodariel, Gay, Hamitha. Oop. Go. Poll has started. You know what I didn't do? You know, this is fine, but I didn't change the title. Here we go. Huh? Oh, sorry. I legitimately didn't know what you meant. No, it's fine. I think it's fine. If you want to be safe, I guess just spoiler it. But I think that sounds okay for me, you know? I'm sorry. I didn't realize like what you were saying at first. It's posted. Okay. The poll is also posted. So please choose. While I look at Manly and see what they have. Flinging the orb, stored, restored. I think we lost last time to them. Such fine art. Snoik, you know what? While the poll goes on, I'm gonna check it on my phone. Yeah, this is fine. Ah, Pamitha. With one vote. I'm so curious as to who actually voted. But I won't like spoil that. Nice. Okay. Well, there it goes. Also, yes, Oppie, that is some fine art you did there. Okay. To anoint Pamitha. But before that. Get rid of it. Oh wait, no. No, I can't see chat. There we go. Now I can see chat. Oh. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Before I anoint her, what is your hope at? 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds? 6 seconds and 7 seconds. Yeah, this is fine. So, I'm going to get my shot at all this. Then... How very thoughtful of you, reader darling.
Who shall strive for her?
Choice. It's a very hard choice. I think we should have this one. Then, let us prevail against the chastity and be done. I definitely want this. It's gonna... But I don't know who. Should it be Wilfred? Having that quickness is not a bad. Yeah, yeah. Let's do it. Oh, I can help? I think I can help.
The choice is cast.
Now it begins. Do me this favor, if you please, and stand aside like a good sport, then, I promise to reward you handsomely once I'm free. How about no?
Commence.
$42 damage. Fuck yeah. You are not getting anywhere near us. Nowhere near us. Fuck you. We're ending this quickly. Oh, what's this now? Seems to me the scribes so enjoy our company, the entertainment we provide, that we have deigned to reignite our pyres. Observe. Something stirs in the sky. If the heavens are to rain and reignite your pyres, then the rite shall continue. Ere one pyre or the other is put out. Plus 50. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ooh, 3, 2, 1.
Quite the close call there, no? The orb flies true.
Fuck yeah.
More like that, and we are finished here. Spectacular! A rude predicament for the chastity.
Well, we got this.
And there it
Hey,
is.
gay, homosexual, gay.
The Nightwings
She did it.
proved their worth.
Whew.
Their
Fuck, they're such a good
adversaries
team.
They defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite.
Fuck you, Manly.
And
Fuck
thus,
you.
The scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Why? This is an utter outrage! Have you any idea what you've done? You ingrates!
God, it's so aesthetically pleasing when you place a sushi in a pyramid shape. Hell yeah, that sounds great. So, what am I? Supposed to give a speech or something then? Read it, darling. All of you, look. I have no idea why why you picked me. Well, I do have one, but I don't think it's right. If you'd wanted to get rid of me by now, you needn't have gone to such lengths. And so, I'm left only to conclude that you did this for me. The years I spent down here, in one sense, they've all been such a waste. Just utterly for nothing, spectacularly so. I thought that my relationship with Tamitha had nowhere left to go but up, but, well, you know, not quite the case. We picked you because of one vote. Who voted? Okay, you don't have to say. But I'm so curious as to who voted. That single vote. Thank you for the choice. Thank you for the vote. One vote. But then, I think, on what would have become of me had I made no attempt to set things right? Had I not done everything I have? I could not have lived with that, I think. It was you, Oppie? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Oppie. I was so certain that my life would end down here. Only now beginning to consider that the opposite may come true instead. What I'm trying to say is... thanks. To all of you. I mean that. No. I guess I'd better head on back to that damned Commonwealth, so... bottoms up. She plunges into the waters of the shimmer pool and disappears from view, though her voice still rings out. We'll have to see what we can do up there, provided that my sisters haven't had their way with it just yet. Anyway, let's find a way to keep in touch, just in case. Goodbye. She earned her freedom back.
Godspeed, Pamitha Thane.
Godspeed, you were fantastic.
Perhaps the
You and your
scribes
aura
are
burst.
watching, even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close. Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
I'm going. You prevailed in the liberation right against the chastity. Already does the wagon feel quieter than the usual without Pamitha. Return to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. There was more I meant to say to her while she was still among us. The scribes will see her safe return. You wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. Our plan approaches a key turning point. Let us ensure it comes to fruition. Not only for ourselves here, but for our companions and our loved ones. It is at 76%. But we have already little time now for reflection into this. Look yonder, reader. The stars demand we go already. Let us help them usher in the end of all this. You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. Yeah. Dissidents again, essence, accusers. I say we don't fight against Delbert. I feel so bad about them. I had a chance for freedom. Where is Udmildi? Oh, she is nowhere near the liberation rites. This is fine. The only other one I can think of is Pyre Hearts as well. They're also nowhere near it. Let's go with here. Now the stars bid you to return to the Isle of Kilmer. Your adversary, Sir's Deluge, likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawn to a close. His last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. Ah, someone to talk to. Hey. After the liberation of Pamitha, you find the lone minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had occurred this night. I think you see him tilt his head as you approach.
Looks at his house.
Some words of congratulation are in order this evening, I should think, reader. And so, congratulations on prevailing in the liberation rite. Surely Pamitha shall be most grateful. Your safe return unto your commonwealth will benefit the plan into which you all now play a part. As for the adversaries of the chastity, this must have been a bitter loss for them and Manly. True Manly. Although, must have known their chance was far from certain. And thus shall we all wait the next turn of the cycle of the rites. Celeste and I are to return to our respective duties for now. For the time is now. Scribe's Gate is sealed. I await when next we all shall meet. And next you may yet live up to the glory of the Nightwings in the eyes of the 8 scribes. but yet shine down for us. He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner. He bids you a good evening. Good rest of the evening, excuse me. Oh, what do we got next? Well, I'm gonna have to... I think I'm going to... This next one, I'm gonna use these three so I can level them up. Increase Wolfrid's level as much as I can, just because. Quickness on hope. I'll save that. I'm still gonna save these just until like the end. Actually, you've been doing Excel worksheet exercises for like an hour now and you want to die? Jesus, that does not sound fun. Like at all. Hope would be good for quickness. Not actually, quickness would not. Okay, I'm gonna see how this works. If like it automatically works. Okay. Auto works. You hate Excel? I rarely, if ever, have used it, so I have no strong opinions one way or the other. Oh, you took an entire class on it and you don't understand anything? Oof. It's like Excel is not great. At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Travels are to take you back to the Isle of Kilmer, but soon after, stars shall draw you here again. Just trying to see if there's anything to look at while we're down here. Again, we return to the Isle of Kilmer, hidden in the storm. I have met very few who know of it at all, much less have walked upon its stones and sands. The disconcerting tales of the demise of Kilmer Ropecaller met his end there on the isle. The imps that swarm and breed across the place today seem not to mind. Having paid witness to the rites firsthand, they've become rather obsessed with it. I sometimes wonder if it is more difficult to conduct the rites with such a boisterous audience. May the Pyre Hearts find their way shortly, so that the imps may have the contest they desire. We have a mini quiz tomorrow involving some of the stuff, and you're just not having a good time? Ugh. I'm sorry, my dude. Poor little flying imp. Okay, there's nothing else for us to look at right now. Oh, no. Okay. It was just the wind. Powerful talisman is buried here. Observes the water seem to be shining with stardust. We don't really need stardust. We have enough, so. Oh my god! I didn't do that! The imp just flew into our caravan. I didn't do anything. Oh my god. Yeah, let's accompany Wolfred. Certainly not still shocked by this suicidal imp over there. Sending all your brain juices your way? Yeah, I'll send you whatever brain juices I can. You and Wolfred venture into the dark waters of Sharp Shoal along a circuitous path that takes you far away enough from the Black Wagon. Excuse me. My agents suggest that what we seek is somewhere very close, my boy. Perhaps you can already sense its presence. After a careful search, you procure an artifact, either discarded by one witless to its power, or left there for the sake of someone such as you. Nihiland Leech. After banishing adversary, the bearer has a chance to instantly recover all stamina. That's not bad.
Instrusamtis. Tu jaraberamtas.
Man, no vocations, huh? Okay. Okay, Ron. Here we go again.
The simple kiwi voice.
Hey guys. Can't help but wondering whatever happened to that number with the wings. You know the one. I guess she's kind of pretty, maybe. I suppose.
She's very pretty. What are you talking about, Ron? Oh.
She's still around by any chance? Because, well, anyway.
I'm dying. We have a lot of stuff that we don't. So this again. Keep that. That. Oh, we have a lot of money now. We still have Joe Dario, so I don't think we need this. Just buy this. Hold on, do we actually need it? I don't know if we actually need anything. You know? That's fine.
Shitawa Falishay.
You stand before the bizarre outcroppings of the Isle of Kilmer. The sky darkens, and in the distance you hear the sound of gibbering creatures growing loudly. The sound of it is unnerving enough that your fellow exiles remain quiet, their eyes affixed to the stars above. Soon, something in the sky above begins to stir. I don't like that it looks like it's been getting redder and redder.
Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course.
I love this
Some of
arena.
us
I love
still
the way it
honor the
looks.
tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Put a sock in it. The pyres on each side are burning bright. From across the field, you observe the leader of the Pyre Hearts approach and remove his mask. You Nightwings are kind. We never should have bent our backs for the likes of you. This knight has no love for your cursed country anyway. This knight could simply swim back to the Sea of Solace whenever he pleases. Perhaps he shall do exactly that. Once we're finished here. Then why are you still in these rights, my dude?
Choose quickly your triumvirate.
Okay. Wolford for sure. Okay, to get that last bit, although I don't know if we really need it, but seems good. Okay.
Wolfred. Gay.
Ramita?
Bertrude. Fine.
Our adversaries of the Pyre Hearts. If this is to be our final confrontation against them, then let us show them our true power here and now. Pyre Hearts? This might be our final battle, so this knight, he vows he shall not flee. Not this time. Now, on guard.
Now begin. Already does your adversary's flame begin to flicker. Au revoir now, Mr. Deluge.
Oh, they have vengeful flame. Not all of them, though.
In goes the orb.
Have Gay plunge into the pyre. Did I not do that?
Banishment.
Hey.
They will mutiny for sure this time. They are not our friends. They hate us. They hate us. They will see right through us any moment now unless we fight. Unless we fight. Yeah, come on, you little minnows. Stand and fight. So this were the Commonwealth that is in order. Are you not the Pyre Hearts? Fight back.
What is happening there?
It's caught out.
This is so funny.
That was the last of them.
Let's go. Let's go.
How utterly brazen.
All it needs.
Now end the ceremony. A bit of a blunder. And it is done.
Yeah,
The
fuck
Night
them.
Wings managed not to prevail. They overwhelmed their adversaries utterly. The rite is done.
Well done, Nightwing. And as for the Pyre Hearts, though they fought us fiercely many times, I doubt it should be. May they find mercy in this land.
The scribes. I knew that they would favor us, I think. Although, I hope that they show mercy to the Pyre Hearts too. Ye Pyre Hearts, ye conducted here with such fury, such desperation, that we must commend ye for it, despite the outcome which hath favored us. Pyre Hearts, perhaps we have to return now to the bottom of the Sea of Solace. These rites, this night, he thinks that we have learned enough.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
Blessed are the scribes, whose eternal wisdom shines upon us through the stars and illuminates the path to blah blah blah. Wait, did I just say? Why, that was strange. But I feel so invigorated now? Flinging it isn't bad. Yeah, flinging. Fling ourselves, fling the orb. Fling
A
ourselves.
devious trick from the rope collar. Now take your sordid business someplace else.
Yeah.
What a child. Inside the wagon, after triumphing over the Pyre Hearts, Gay is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out.
Pevis Cavas.
Pardon for the interruption, reader, though. Need to ask a moment of your time. Well, the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of our next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions. Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as you ever have seen. We are once again called. Our plan is at 79%. We are to fight the dissidents. Once again.
Será Temperus.
The cycle turns even more quickly now, until such time as I shall shudder to a halt. It makes a sound then, almost like a laugh.
Macugnaresa.
I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. Scribes, I would say that one ought focus on the path in front of him. When we set forth to walk along a labored path, it can be all too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around. But if we begin to walk, whilst casting down our gaze, and whilst resisting the urge to look forward ahead. Oh, excuse me. But if we begin to walk while casting down our gaze, and whilst resisting the urge to look too far ahead, we make steady, careful progress. Gosh, I'm so sorry, I cannot speak. Soon enough, we may arrive where we endeavored. The lone minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when first daylight comes, it shall be again time to take to the skies. And no one to talk to. Your Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False night wings. Orlek calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. Again, you seek to climb the cursed mountain beneath us. Again, you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you all might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather, we shall meet upon the summit ere the last cycle of the rite is ended. Until then. Where are you going? Where are you going? How are you gonna get up to the top? Once more we sail above the fall of Solium. The Temple of the Eight Scribes awaits us at the summit. None have seen the temple, save for those worthy to conduct the rites there. Myself and my counterpart Celeste. You may, then, wonder whence it came. The cycle of the rites has turned since the beginning of the age. Over its course, us waiting for the cycle's turn, some exiles thus paid tribute to the Eight Scribes. I think the scribes may not yet. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't read, I can't speak, I'm out of here. Let me try again. I think the scribes may not have wanted such extravagance, or the carved effigies to them along the way. Yet, it is for triumvirates to decide how best to honor the rites. They chose to honor them as you see there. How you remember this, of course. Whether you even wish to do so, that is yours to decide. Scribes would not want otherwise. High road. Again, just because I guess we're gonna use her. Like, I'm definitely gonna be using Jodaria on the last one, regardless. So why shouldn't she? Orlek. He spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy. Shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time. It seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. Back to your laptop with a roll of sushi? Hell yeah. I hope it's good. It sounded good. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Barker and the dissidents upon the summit. But first, you may prepare. To talk to. Later that afternoon, you accompany Joel Dariel through the ancient formations of Temple High Road to the monument of Luz Galerian. 2 remaining opportunities for freedom, then, is it? You scribes are rather stingy with your favor, you know? Several of those who stand with me deserve to see their homes. You are truly judges of the worthy. I expect that you shall choose from them. You return to the wagon after she is finished paying her respects. Summit awaits. But first, time to pursue provocations. This is... okay, I'm sorry. This is an important question. Do we try to increase... like, get Wolfred closer to... max, or do we spend the time getting Birdshoot to max? Because he's not going to get to max with this next one. But she has a chance. She will get this like next one. But getting him closer means like he might be eligible for the next rate or whatever, I guess. But also having that plus 40, like having him closer to max level is very good because that plus 40 restore is fantastic. And it's stacked, which means we'd get plus 50. But while we have less, everyone deals minus 10. You know what? I'm just gonna flip a coin. Wolfred, your heads, Bertrude, your tails. Yeah. Gimme. Point. Gimme. Head, Wolfred, tails, Bert. It's tails.
Let us then discuss these matters which you believed should be of benefit.
Go over the celestial landmarks. Properties impact the night wings.
Long have we sought to fathom all the darkest secrets hidden by the light of the stars. Now, at last, the stars themselves revoke their station in the night, and we have finally achieved an inkling of this. These landmarks strewn about this cursed land, too many are to dry upon the flesh.
Cool. He's maxed out. On to Scribe's Gate we go. A messenger imp somehow tracks you down in the old masonry of Mount Elodial, and delivers to you recent news and rumors from the downside. Specifically, the imp shares details regarding Pamitha, and what became of her since she was liberated at the fall of Solium. She found herself back in the homelands of her enemies, where, despite her connection to the High-Wing remnants, past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council given her unique background. She refused to cooperate, and instead demanded to be reunited with her sister Tamitha. But when they threatened her with resentencing to exile, and insisted that she take the opportunity, Tamitha said at last that she would think it over and return with a decision soon. Next, she was seen, however, was among Volfred's sons and daughters of the Revolution, where it is said that she has attached her loyalty, at least for the time. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which soon gets your companions talking. I wonder where her sister is right now. I'm sure she cares for Pamitha, I'm sure of it.
We suspect the ancient enmity between the winged and the flightless shall not be soon resolved, if ever at all.
Seems to me the little bird is no more free now than he was here. And I hold to hope that both the Thane sisters one day, soon, shall join as part of our good cause. The two of them can help lead us towards a brighter future. Plan Thane. In spite of some mixed feelings, the news of Pamitha's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. You gain +1 hope. Wish Pamitha luck. You're returned once more to the Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you, Tariq. This is to be one of our final meetings.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards, I would have words with you in private, if please. It seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq, but I shall hear them.
once you charge across to the gate.
Corana Krampus.
Now, all of you, come forth. Please state your names, what it is you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Once more, your companions cross the gate, one after another, and once more, you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all, then waves you through, towards the summit.
Norgasun Kratas.
The 8 scribes bid Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Kibaret.
Antarik.
Samea.
Aye, Celeste.
Retira Tempta.
You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, would you hear those words of yours?
Fenamtas eres.
Certainly, Celeste.
Acertaba.
Everyone, I shall see you shortly.
Plains that sleep
Below,
to the canyons
hills all
of
and wide, in the dawn of gentle morning, the lost and unloved bride. I'm sorry to cut this short. I have to speak as Ronnie now.
the song of
Oh, no, I need more.
the lost and lonesome bride.
Oh, well, hey guys, this guy be real called up again up here, but it's worth it. Let me to tell you, got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating, but just a little, since I've been waiting here a little while, but I guess you buying anything?
Such a beautiful song. Then Rudy sounds like he's dying in the corner. Yes, I am. Plus one presence, yes. Oh man. You know what? I kind of want to see how this works. I'm buying some of these. Excuse me. What? Why aren't you cold?
You guys really are my favorite customers, you know?
How does this work? I just need to know. I need to know. Okay. Okay, it's not a thing that I have to put on him. Why are we? I forgot to sell these to you, but kinda. Guess. We'll buy one of these. And I'm gonna save these for later. The time has come again to deliver one of your exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, unless your adversaries, the dissidents, achieve the same instead. The lone minstrel has returned and approaches as you wait to the signal from the stars.
Praetere legeratus.
There is something I wish to ask you, reader. Something which, ordinarily, would not be my place to discuss in any detail.
Sinim darava.
You have observed the stars, and if you would not mind my asking you, in such a direct manner, how many liberation rites are you supposing remain? Two remain? Because that's what somebody else said, including this one. You tell them the only logical deduction, which you have been able to make based on all of your readings of the stars of late. There should be one final liberation rite after tonight.
Arestralebas.
I concur with your evaluation, reader. I wish to make certain that you are aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of your remaining time together.
Sunt averias.
As to what happens once the liberation rite is ended, you soon shall both find out. Lo. Seems that we are called upon once more. Look forth.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured.
It's fine.
I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Volunta lorigas.
Pyre burns and each of the triumvirants is present and prepared.
Volunta lorigas.
I concur. Pyre is burned and each of the triumvirants is present and prepared.
Regita noxalas.
Then, anointed of the dissidents, come forth now and declare yourself. You pay any respects you have unto your adversaries and Nightwings. I forgot. We're fighting Parker Ashpaws. Okay, let me take another swig of water. Barker burst out from some hidden corner laughing as he paws at his mask.
A real pleasure to be here, mates, truly! Barker Ashpaws, call me Barker though, alright? By the by, it was a real piss to get in here, you know?
Sentira lostium.
Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws. You thusly speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain.
Oh my! Terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars up above to make me watch my language. So, let's get one thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother for your sacred mountain, so you take it and you shove it. Me and my pack, we're just here for the laughs, so you got that? The other side ain't better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom. But
Hold on, I need water.
But, just the same, we're gonna get it. Take it from these wee little babes, they're so antsy for it. Hear that, Nightwings? You better put up a good fight there. I ain't gonna be happy, understand?
You made a meme for me? Oh no. It's just to emphasize me reading his fucking run? Oh no. And he shows his mask back on. Fuck. Okay, Ron. Not Ron Barker.
Right. Come on then, let's hurry up. Get this damn thing started.
Noxalas.
Was I peeking the mic? I'm so sorry. Nightwings. Your choice. In whose name shall you conduct this liberation rite?
Pensate lorigas.
I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice, reader.
Ulta coverantas.
And I wish you to prepare your song with me. Our song with me, Tariq.
Whom shall you attempt to
Ooh.
send home this time?
Okay. What does he have? Presence is plus 12. Rate. To avoid banishment. Oof. Excuse me. I'm so burpy today, drinking so much water and stuff. Okay. We got another choice this time. We have... Like last time, I guess, if you don't see it, be sure to refresh. We have Jodariel, Gay, and Gertrude this time. You guys have 3 minutes. I'm gonna go use the restroom, get some more water. What? If you had a nickel every time I burped into your ear, you could probably buy a Subway sandwich. Do I really burp that much? I'm so sorry. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll try better. What kind of Subway sandwich would you buy with your burp money? That's a good question. Maybe an Italian? Oof. I don't know why I said oof to that. Italian's a good sandwich. A good style of sandwich, I should say. Don't try, it's funny. I see that Wanderer finally saw the Yoda picture. Sounds like I am drowning. Rather, it's a thin line between drowning and not drowning. That song in the background. Nice. Ah, gay one. Hmm. 2 votes for gay. One vert, yes. 1 vote for Bertrude. 0 for Jodariel. I'm curious. I'm curious about why Zero and Jodario, just because if it's you don't want her to leave. Because that's my reasoning. God damn it. Sonic, that meme is perfect. Thank you. Alright. You didn't even know there was a poll? Oh no. You might have to reload. Yeah. Wow, Sonic, our wife? Yeah. Okay. What do we want for gay? That quickness, she's gonna be super quick. She's been with us since the beginning, and I feel like she's earned her place to leave. That's very fair reasoning. Love is selfish sometimes. That's also fair reasoning. She would rather others go than she wants to go. Yeah, that's basically... I'm not saying to not choose her. If you want to choose her, you can. It's perfectly fine. But in character, she kind of has that, I feel like I haven't earned my freedom, really, and I would rather others go. Honestly, this thing is probably just the best so far. Oh yeah, what is our hope? 5, 6, 7. A single second might not make that much of a difference, but yeah.
Gay.
Oh, you mean me? Did I get to go home? But the 8 scribes. What if they still want me to stay?
Who shall stand with her?
Birdshoo's not a bad choice. Not a bad choice at all. Dodiel also isn't a bad choice. But, like, actually, he's not a bad choice either. I think I'm gonna do him. Use him.
Wolfred.
Let us prevail on this night for you, gay, and for the good of all our elves. I'm fucking coming apart at the seams. And for the good of our ailing nation. Alright. Last choice, Gertrude or Jodariel. Feel like Jodariel. Right? Okay, let's go. Yeah.
Jodariel.
Look how big it is, dude. One of ours may yet go free this night. I shall attempt to guarantee it.
It is done.
All right then, mates. I need more water. No more waiting. No more holding back. Let's rip them to shreds. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Commence.
Ah, that's what it is. Where are they going? Ooh! Who are you calling pussy? What's going on? We're just having a long range battle here. Oof. Oh, almost ran into that. Fuck. Wrong thing.
Barker banished.
Fuck.
Another banishment. There. Simply
Fuck.
abhorrent.
That's fine. I'm back. Yeah? You gonna... Uh-huh. Okay.
Banished. That's it. another banishment.
What?
All banished. Blast.
Damn.
Banished.
Yeah?
Gone. Ferocity unbridled. Come on.
Shit, I should have jumped.
Now take it.
Ooh. This is so dumb. Oh shit, my bad. Oh, they did it. I'll be calling me a pussy because I said I'd stab her. See no stab wound, you think it's an F description? No tab wound yet. All about suspense. When will it happen? Who knows? That's true, only he knows.
What in the... Alright, mates, something's gone right funny with that orb, I can tell. Better laugh it up while you can, eh?
Indeed. Something strange seems to have happened with the celestial orb. It shudders now as though possessed of some sort of chaotic power. The same chaotic power as your adversaries. Death comes slowly. Damn. Ooh. Oh, hold on. What just happened here? Two of them. Wanna become famous? Followers, proms, and viewers on bigfollows.com. I got the second one. Cool. Thank you, Feeny. Totally unrelated question to the previous conversation. What's your address for totally unrelated reasons? Yeah, teamwork.
The orb
Fuck.
quenches the flame. Twas almost cruel.
Wait, what? What just happened there?
Onward thus to greater glory. No more than a lick of flame remains. Quite the close call there, no?
What?
Huh?
Oh, I can. Oh my gosh.
Woe is you. Beneath contempt.
Interesting.
Good.
Damn it.
Flailing shan't do anything, reader.
That's fine. No! You know what? That's fair.
Banished.
No! Yeah.
The orb is loose.
Yeah? You gonna... Yeah, buddy? Uh-huh. 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 Uh-huh.
And there it is. Last.
Oh, I feel really bad about that, but that was great.
Proved their worth. As for their adversaries,
Guess I'm stabbing mama.
they
Oh no.
did not.
What was it? 69 420 Gamer Road? Yep.
Thus ends the liberation
That's where I live, too.
rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free.
Says it with such
Absolved of all
disdain.
misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
What a joke. Here I was thinking we were gonna make him cry after all this. Come on, mates. I've right had it with this stuck-up place, so let's get out of here already, eh?
I can go home. I think this means I can go home. He shuts her eyes. By the scribes. By the scribes! But what will happen now to you? To all of you? Can you not come with me? No. No, they say not yet. The scribes, they say not yet. Although, I think your time will come. Time will come. And I will wait for you, because I don't have friends back home. At least, I didn't used to, so I want you to come join me there, okay? But now, the scribes are calling me, so goodbye. falls into the shimmer pool and then is gone. Yeah, we're neighbors. Didn't you know? No, y'all live together? Oh. Oh, wait. I guess that does mean that we live together and not we're neighbors. That's pretty awkward. Goodbye. Oh, please subscribe. Switch over them, okay? Gay earned back her freedom.
Godspeed, moon-touched one. The cycle of
Bye,
the
Gay.
rites is nearly at an end.
Hey, think about it this way. You have set gay free. Gay is now free. Free gay for everyone. Yeah, gay freedom. Return to the wagon after having prevailed against the dissidents in the liberation. Excellently done now. Seems our group grows smaller. Succeeded in liberating Gay. We return to the Commonwealth in glory. The last light of the stars. The last light of the stars still shines above for us. At this point, what is to become of our plan? Which is at 85%. We need to be the subject of our speculation. I trust that we'll learn the outcome soon enough. Our actions to this point shall pave the way. Perhaps our faith as well. So, let's for now focus on this. We stand upon the brink of the last turn of the cycle of the rites. Soon, we'll have a final chance to get one of you home. Now, reader, hope for a little stargazing. Let's see where in the downside we shall be returning for these final rites. Turn back towards the darkness to look upon the last few stars, too stubborn to relinquish their light. Haub, Gol, Jomnior. Look at the planner. Rights remaining, one more. The essence. Users, the tempers. I'm gonna ask you guys, which one do you guys want to go see? Dalbert, Ignarius, or Udamildi? Essentially, which one do you want to interact with more? Because we know we're going to be fighting the true Nightwings at the end, so who we fight or doesn't fight doesn't necessarily matter anymore. It's just whichever you guys want to talk to. Ah, see, everyone is taking a break as well. Thinking. There's still, like essentially there's still kind of storyline to go along with these. Possibly, I think. Everyone kind of has like an ongoing storyline. Darn, the Titan Star. So many more stars. Look at that. Still, Sangria's the Titan Star. Barnes, Slack, Violanthus, Intriga. Look how otherworldly they are. Some of them are like for real, just eldritch monsters. Shaq's 6 shoulders, which is literally just a person. Just a giant. Mantle, Titan Star. This one is just a fist. Okay. Well, I mean, if nobody's gonna choose, I guess. Like, I guess I'll just roll a 3-sided dice. Roll 1d3. Got 2. Okay, 2 it is. 1, 2, 3, 2. Once more, we're to face the Tempers then. Although, I wonder. He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize. I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the Karnav, I hope. And everyone is feeling more refreshed, which is possible. Dodario! Excuse me while I take these mushrooms. The Solar Shell. It's pearl. Look, you can see its beautiful pearl, or heart, or whatever. Sometime after the liberation rite, you find Jodariel staring at the wagon's walls. Little brother, we would call it, reader. This wagon was one of the girl's only friends in this world. Now they are apart. It will be mournful by tomorrow, I should think. He lets out a sigh. That girl had nothing in the Commonwealth. Life in the downside is scarce worth living on most days, except for one such as she. Here it may have served her better to remain within our care than my care. Aww. He trails off for a while. The orphans of the fallen veterans with whom I served back on the blood border. They reminded me a lot of them in certain ways. They each were very strong in their own right, often wiser than suggested by their youth. Thus, do not know the source of my concern. Trust Gay shall continue to survive. My hope, however, that she achieves something more, that she should find her place in that society this time. Perhaps he shall be instrumental to this plan of ours yet. But with her constant prattling about the scribes, who can say? The people there may listen. Either way, manage to see her return. May those of us united in our cause continue to support each other, here as well as on the other side. Dodario nods at you and salute. Thank you, reader. Rest well tonight. I'll see you in the morning's light. She retires for the evening. I sense that she is feeling better about Guy's prospect. Having talked through her thoughts to having talked through her thoughts with you. Oh yeah, forgot I can always choose the music. Oh, we only got 3 left. It's daybreak. The earth is set forth for the cowering of Hope, what appears to be the final time. Thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. Is it raining fire? What is going on? I just noticed that. Embers. Oh! Accidentally ran into an imp. My bad. Something of value. Falcon Ron may be passing through here with a special offer. I'm good. At Virtue's behest, you explore the stark badlands of Licksand. However, the search proves fruitless. You see little reason to keep it at it.
Yeah. Waste not thy time here anymore, we say.
You exchange some words of consolation as you head back to the wagon. Pursue vocations. Only one left to mentor. Which means he will be full level after this. The 3 must act as one. So says the book. All of us, to test our faith in one another and ourselves. Yeah, rip imp. Alright, Falcon on.
Hey guys, say, whatever happens to that gate you brought in here sometimes? You know, the loopy one, crazy hair, always handling all of the merchandise.
I love that. I might have spilled a little bit of water at that time. But I love whatever happened to that gay you brought? You know? What's up with them?
I like that.
Oh, that was it. Oh my god. Well. Time to sell these. Sell everything I don't need. I'm actually not going to use any of these. Yeah. It's like, I think this is essentially just going to be what we use. Maybe this one we will keep. Not sure about this one. This one we do not. This one we keep. Still iffy on this, but you know what? Yes. Let's see how much it goes up by. Gay is off being homosexual gay in the Commonwealth. My good bipedal slug friend. Yep.
Malo, Melioshim face.
Oh, pleasure was all mine and Dad's. I accidentally backed out. I meant to do this up. 42. 51 is a good one. Good amount. Problem is, well, yeah, well, might be a bad choice, but I'm gonna do it. Go back to runs.
Hessian face.
I bought this. I just want to know. Like, okay, it has to be in my inventory. Let's see. I actually think I'm gonna buy these and use them for the next raid. Not this next one, but okay. So disturb the spirit of whoever imbibes it. Root and pure starlight, hasten the step of whoever you. Pure sunlight. Okay, and we keep these. Who could use the hope? We're gonna give it to. If we give these to the other two, then. Oop. Net. None of these are quick characters. Oh, this is gonna be so interesting. Wait, we do have one. Presence. They're all big presence characters though, so. And Jodario, my powerful queen. She is a powerful queen. Dark is falling as that preparations for the coming right against the Tempers are finally complete. The task took somewhat longer than usual this time on account of Jodario's absence. She returns, joining the others, in as inconspicuous a manner as she can manage. She grows angry about something, then someone speaks to her of it. Stars above ignite, drawing your attention. Across from you, Ignarius and the Tempers emerge, take position.
The Commonwealth. Your home. Today, it is aflame. Much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan.
Oh, please.
Not that you care.
Hey, Aaron. How's it going?
Not that you shall live to see this place again.
Oh, hi, Potato.
Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
Just finished work. Nice. How'd that go? Here we go again, Nine Wings. Though, I gotta say, I've started looking forward to these little outings. Might say it's all that's keeping me going anymore these days, you know? Not like I'll be getting out of here. Not like I'll be getting out of here. But doing all the right stuff helps to kill some time, I guess. Jeff, I miss you. I miss Jeff too, Pepe Hams. Took as long, another 14-hour shift today? Damn, dude, that sucks. Is that all this is to you then? A way to kill some time? Curly horns. Having ways to kill time ain't nothing to scoff at. What else is there to life but killing time? Now let's see. Man. Well, let's see you take that anger out on me. 3rd in 7 days. Jesus, dude.
Choose quickly your triumvirate.
We've only got the ones left. But I'm curious. Damn.
Just choose.
Hold on. Your brain is still melty. I think the cast further is good. Yeah, you know what? Let's just go as it is.
Bolfred. Bertrude. If that is all, then.
We await the ancient rites commencement.
Alright, you damn Nightwings. Let's see what you got.
Commence.
Ooh.
Oh. Banishment for all. Wilfred's aim was true.
Whoa, that was a big message. Hold on. Nice. You need to head to bed. You're working 9 hours and you're pretty tired. Alright. Hey, Hyde, how's it going? You mean your brain isn't always melty? You got class at 8:30? You're awake at a reasonable hour and not feel like garbage, so you're gonna head to bed? Alright. Aaron, Sonic, I hope you guys have a good night. You hope my queen gets the freedom she deserves. We'll see. Sonic. Crystal, Aaron. Good night, Sonic. Yeah, y'all have a good night. And hey, Hyde, how you doing? Beat him to the queen. Good night, Sonic. If it doesn't happen, you're liable to sue? I guess so. You expect to hold me accountable? I mean, one, you guys are choosing, and two, I have some information that you don't know. You don't understand what's happening in this game half the time?
Yeah, we.
You wouldn't have bad curly horns, you know? Shame we're on opposite sides like this and all, fighting over who gets out of here. The other half is just dialogue, which is cool. Yeah. Back home, I would have just walked up and bought us both a drink. I would have punched you in the mouth. Laughs heartily. That's what I like about you, curly horns. You hate my guts as much as I do. Now, come on. Now, come on. Let's see you stomp me on one more time, just like you Nightwings did up on the mountaintop. Yeah. Actually going over what happens in this game would be too much to go through right now. But yes, he does have that kink. He is a man of culture.
Oh, the fading glory of the great Ignarius. These days he is nothing but an aging brute. The devious maneuver.
Does that mean he hates her as much as himself, or no? He hates himself. He's saying he's surprised that she. Uh huh.
The demons banished. What happened there? Engulfed within the aura. Unfortunate for the Tempers.
Oh no! Fuck me.
Zap. All banished. There goes the orb.
What? Oh, I ran right into that. Oh no. Okay.
An opportunity. Subtle seal. Twas a crushing blow.
Okay.
Is there, Pyre?
Just finished watching all the Star Wars audio clips for your soundboard. Let's see.
The bog crone dove into the flame.
Hold on. Edgy jokes are cool. Ask the kids, what is going on? You just finished watching all the Star Wars prequels to get audio clips for your soundboard. Ah, I see. Jesus. That's a... All of them? All of them. Could you just not find the clips like that you were looking for? You had to watch all of, like, Why did that not work? Weird.
Good. All of the Nightwings have vanished. A
Interesting.
decisive blow. And it
There
is
it goes.
done.
You could, but you wanted to make sure you didn't miss any.
Nightwings prevailed.
So many prequel memes. Okay, you know what?
Alas,
That's fair.
that their adversaries failed to stop them.
God, look how cool they are. They're
The
awesome.
ceremony is complete.
We Tempers. We were damn unstoppable, but this again? But this again?
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes.
Here we go.
So Volfred learned a thing or two, so what?
It is possible our plan shall not succeed, despite our fiercest efforts here in the Commonwealth. But I know for certain that our efforts shall not be in vain. When we learn and strive together, we prevail or we fail together. On this path we share, it has been and shall continue to be the greatest honor. Okay, and now,
Praise be to
just in case we
you,
ever
Scorian.
die, or like our pyre goes out,
Until the next
it gets
strike.
revived with,
If there even
like,
is to
50.
be another one.
damn. Huh? Someone's there sneaking around. Show yourself already. Stands there for a moment, then says nothing. Then, this was a mistake. He leaves him just as soon as he arrived. Hey, hold up. Curly horns, wait. Wait. He keeps him waiting there. Ignarius just shakes his head. And he keeps waiting. There is little else for him there in the downside. He keeps waiting, but not for long. Not for very long. Oh my. You don't want to miss a single Obi-Wan? True. Oh my, Jodadio, where'd you go? No one speaks further of the Tempers back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the right that is to come. Final chance at freedom looms ahead. But is that what I am to understand? I'm afraid so. Our plan is an imperfect one, yet here we are, faced with this vital opportunity. This opportunity. He looks over to you. Reader, my boy, please, go see for yourself. I think we all know where we are headed next. And I suspect I know whom we shall face when we arrive. The others turn to you as well. You turn towards the wagon door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. I'll be here cute. I'll be his cute. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention and guiding you towards the end point of your path. Alpi just screams. The challenge of the true Nightwing, here next. You are summoned to the Fall of Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus, shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that the rites ever shall commence again. It shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest lived ones. The stars reveal to you one more thing. The adversary whom you shall face shall be Orlek. Already he crossed the Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. Orlek. Curse this damnable cycle, and it must pit us against him in this, our final chance. And let us retire for the night. We shall not have many chances before rest before our journey's ended. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodial. Make a final effort to achieve your plan. Get somebody home. But who? Nothing to say.
Foolish reader,
Except this guy.
your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
Oh, I know. I've been you. By dawn, you're already up and about after a troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the fall of Solium. One speaks. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. A reader. A certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may befit the circumstance. Perhaps I may help to pass along the time of our flight. Do you mind very much if I were to play the song for the Nightwings? Yeah, by all means. You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad so that all amongst you might hear it. Our freedom is the friends we made along the way, exactly. He begins with another word. Stars align, the rights shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, exile shall be all are not the same, but we shall be as one. Freedom in flames, the end has just begun. Strength may break alone, but said we come break together on our own. The journey shall be made. The journey shall be made. What, me singing? No. You must have misheard. No, not now. I don't want to hear your music. Imagine if, like, he said that. Or if I said that. Goodness, let's see. I'm gonna flip a coin. Wilfred, Gertrude. Again. Heads. Wilfred. Whoa. It is heads. Also, hello, Herpin Horse. Hope you're having a good day. You touch down amid the sublime grandeur of Mount Elodial. Make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain, to carry out their sentences in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part shall either come to fruition, shall be suppressed. After having landed, you join Volfred on an expedition to the monument of Jomiod Menimane, for what is likely to be the final time. Hear me, O scribes. Long have I served your will, and long have I pursued the path which you revealed to me. Our plan now stands on a precipice. If we prevail this night, then we may yet achieve its goals. We would reform the Commonwealth under the auspices, still don't know how to say that word, which you yourselves described within your book. As we shall stand together, so I ask that you please stand with us. By your divine grace we may yet prevail. And please, have mercy on Oralek as well. Soon he is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Jomyud Menimane has shown you favor. Dawn, you shall begin your last ascent, for now vocations may occupy your time. Well, only one thing left to do. Forage. Potent serum. Something Falcon Ron. Potent serum. Oh, nice. I love this screen. You don't get to really see it often unless you're digging for stuff. Like, it's a very nice screen. Presents? Why not? Okay. Scribes Gate. Well, last time. A messenger imp with news and rumors of the other side somehow tracks you down in the splendors of Mount Elodial. It pertains to Gay, who you liberated here, excuse me. You learn that she was taken in by a well-to-do foster family, was given private schooling of the highest order in the Astralis tradition. Astralis, a theocratic sect believing divine authority rests with the stars. They alone dictate the future. We all return as stars, so much the brighter should we live with glory. Divine authority rests within the stars. They promise her that in time she might one day have the honor of teaching the children of the Commonwealth herself. However, she soon went her own way, insisting that the 8 scribes themselves were calling her. She started wandering again all on her own. That is, until she located Volfred's agents. Oh my god, I can't speak anymore. Drinking some water. Thus she wandered, her wandering ceased, and the ranks of the revolution grew stronger. Gay also left a simple message: believe in the scribes. Auspices sounds like you said auspicious wrong. Yeah, I initially want to say auspicious, but no, it's auspices or something. Allspice. You thank the messenger imp for the report as your companions gather to discuss. Imagine speaking. Yeah, couldn't be me either.
That one, very powerful indeed. A sorceress of sorts. Certain air about her. Most intriguing.
Perhaps those scribes of hers yet live, for hers is a charmed life. Allspice. She has the manner of a saint, that one. She knows in her heart the traditions of the scribes. The news of Gay's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve, plus 1 hope. Stand before the scribe's gate with your companions. The gate guardian is there, as ever. Sense something is different.
Escutil Noxalas.
The exiles of the Nightwings, we shall not meet again after the coming right.
Sin Naderus.
Tariq and I shall be the last time we take our rest, I think.
Salutium, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. I tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am certain anyone amongst us feels thus.
Omvisacare.
We have a duty to uphold, Tariq.
Taruntadaje.
And then what, Celeste?
Petara Nilum.
And then nothing, not for the rights or us. Not till the dawn of a new age.
Ransage Lostium.
I'll spice the most divine. Now, Nightwings, step forward. Please state your names and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, sureness in their step. And if I may, my name is Wolfred Sandalwood. I long as yet to see an age where freedom is one's birthright, and no longer are good people such as these forced to contend for it.
We are called Big Birchwood. We seek to fulfill the plan of Sandalwood, but we are fond of him and his beliefs, and then to go about our business.
I am Captain Jodariel. I am here to honor the commitments I have made to my companions, to the common goal, which we have come to share. Finally, you step forward once more. You, a crippled scholar who vowed to help his friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The gate guardian observes you for a moment, and past the archway towards the summit.
Gratan octolorica.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Misasaivaros.
Except for you, Tariq. You stay here. Right here. I thought you said
Rictus tafinem.
the rites are not yet ended, Tariq. He looks to her, and over to the rest of you. Pardon me, everyone. Shall be there when the stars align. The gate guardian and lone minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. A doo-doo. Yeah, doo-doo. Those are silly. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. The Beyonder Crystal seeks you. Give me one moment.
Hey guys. I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, well, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know, while with the skies out dating and stuff. Anyways, just wanted to say, you guys are great. I sure am gonna miss having you guys as customers and all that. But some good news though. All my stuff, it's all on sale now. And I'll throw a little extra there, just for you, okay?
Oh fuck, Ron! Why do you talk so much?
Enjoy. And maybe I'll be showing you guys around. Okay?
Henceforth, all of fucking Ron's goods are 5% off. Fantastic. I'll pause to fill his mouth with water because loser can't control his spit production. Damn. You're so mean. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. What do I have? Am I going to use that? Like. I think I'll keep this, but I'm gonna sell this one. I'm gonna buy this or this. Hold on. Nobody really needs quickness. but I'm gonna buy it anyways. And then I'm gonna buy the plus 10. It's only 20. 7. Do it. Well, wait a second. What? Oh, it kept it. Oh. Oh, wait a second. It's max rank. It still kept it. The value is still in the hundreds. What just happened? Okay. Well, that's it.
Happy Ficky Thursday.
You're leaving, Dad. Look at just how much we got this time.
Making fun of me and my I have to drink water for that. Oh yeah. Yeah. We really don't need the money. Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. Let me be blunt. Please listen for a moment then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end. All of it. Since the binds that form the rights becoming weak. Which means soon not need me anymore. That you have needed me at any point, but still. Services will not be of any further use. Love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. Excuse me. For some of my beyonders, there'll be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which have bound me. They'll fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. He hesitates for a moment. Thus, proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but as you take me there, wherever it shall be. That I mean, take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it, as all our predecessors have, each time their stay among the Nightwings reach an end. Soon to be under crystal shall serve no use at all. To keep me trapped. Content to remain thus, for I have little choice. But prefer to do so in your company. For I do enjoy your company, reader. It may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. Don't wish to see you gain in years, and to eventually decay, while else I remain unchanging. But rather have more years whilst having contact. Even if those years are to be brief, it will afford me many more in which I think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs. I'm well aware I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life. However you see fit, for your own sake. May all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow. And in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then, once again, simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could. And I would like to have that as an option more than not. The request here is a selfish one, but there's little I can offer in exchange, other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while. Who knows? You could always try and sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere. Something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. Well then, you've heard my sad little proposition. What do you say? What would you guys do? I'm agreeing because yeah, I like Sandra. She's cool. I'd rather not part ways with her. But what would you guys do? You grasp the Beyonder crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. You agree she cool? Yeah. Sandra senses this and makes a sound, as though surprised. Thank you, reader. He is at a loss for a moment, then let us go then from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under your heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. You played this game 3 times and you've always taken her with you? Hell yeah. She disappears into the stone for now. Yep, keep it with me. Okay. Last things I need to do. I give her quickness for this coming right. Give her a presence. See if I can give her hope. Can. It's gone down to 8. Really? 8 seconds? Wow. Okay. Each. Question remains, what do I... Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna keep... if I should use the flame leaf. I guess we'll see. You've gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rite. The lone minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, thinking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far. Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. I wish you well, this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up and extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. Insert gif of the Predator handshake. You see Jodariel has joined you. All of your companions are there with her, in fact. Reader, let us prevail here tonight. I've taken orders from many different leaders in my day. You should know. We're a rarity among them. It is strange for me to say, given the circumstances of our meeting, reader. But it has truly been a pleasure. Onward now. Let us achieve our plan.
Reading one, thou art wiser and less irritating than most others of thy kind. We have learned something here from thee. We are grateful.
You look upon your fellow exiles, companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, with whom you shall now conduct this final rite.
Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon.
Hearts, after this night, the outcome of Wolfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part of, will be decided, one way or another. So, 80%, 87%. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits. Hell no, I don't need them. here we go. Gonna be the last final poll of this game.
For one last time,
Sort of.
upon the fall of Solium, dear reader, hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Volunta
So good.
locus.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumphants is present and prepared. But before the lone minstrel can concur, as per custom, not another word. The demon Orlick slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I waited this. My freedom once was stolen from me. Then I was cheated of it. Here, upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me. Once more. He stands there for a moment, silent then. Orlick dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever, for the misery which they caused. Ash and Gold plus 40. Jesus. Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision on whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite. The one whom you anoint, or else the exile or elect shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision. Conduct the rites with glory. Nightwings. Stars remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. It is now time to choose who among you in the downside shall go free for this last time. Some of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Bertrude, Wilfred, Dodariel. Your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends, together. You've come this far, but now, the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Prepared to choose? There's no turning back. At a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Let's work quick. Then be completed with the Nightwing as well. Alright. Final poll. I'm going to ask once again who shall be free. But I'm going to ask a little extra. We have Jodariel. We have Wolfred. We have Bertrude. And we also have Orlick, if we wish to see him free. Started the poll. You have 3 minutes. It is up to you guys. Yeah, remember to reload the page if you don't see it. But really, it's your decision. I only put Oralek here because it's the final battle, or it's the final rite. And Oralek is a person who, one, he absolutely feels betrayed. Wolfred, I think, could have done more to try to help him, see if he was still alive, or anything. He's been here for so long. He already had a chance to be free before. And that was taken from him. But he's also kind of a jerk sometimes. So, there's that. Okay, so they have the Ashen Coal, which does 40. Rank 40 Talisman. It's at 40 for them. We do this, we essentially have 170. Although, if we have this, 30... It's 180. 180 total. Ugh. Let's just do this. 130. Whew. Also, real talk, Oralek's design is super cool. Like, I like the way his horns look. Okay, Jodariel. Nice. Here we go.
Joe Dariel.
Now that I finally go free this night, I shall do my utmost to fulfill the plan upon my return, using whatever force is necessary. White-haired emo. He is, but I really like his horns. Like, those, they're super cool. He has straight up 2 sets of horns. And it looks really cool. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Jodariel as well as you.
Who shall be at her side?
Only people left.
Wolfred.
Assuredly, my boy. Besides, we stand against Oralek. It is fitting that I should have to confront him myself. And Bertrude.
Bertrude.
Thy will is ours, reading one. Let the remaining stars shed their last light on our ceremony.
Predictably decided.
Those are my adversaries then. And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group? You sense Oralek searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you. You who would relinquish your own liberty, sake of them. Strange. It is fitting, then, that I should have to face one such as you. Then, Orlick stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same. By the light of the dawn, the cycle of the right shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. Skies above begin to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence.
Listas Eivaros.
Tariq.
L'alzare.
Aye, I am prepared, Celeste.
Una pretavis.
And let our song this evening shake the stars themselves.
Bene lo vale.
Aye, Celeste. Let's make sure of it.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Fuck. Oh shit. God, he's so fast. Oh shit. Only 5. You just notice his third model clenches his fist. Oh, his 3D model clenches his fist? Yeah. Do they all do that, or is it just him? You wear the raiments once again. I could not simply stand by and do nothing, Orlick. Yet that is what you did. When last we stood on this blasted mountain, I fell. You simply stood. Orlick. What shall it take for you to be convinced I took no part in your betrayal? Orlick seems to consider the question, but only for a moment. Give me my damn freedom. Let me prevail here and now. Would you promise to uphold our plan, to bring about a better Commonwealth? No. I make no promises. I owe you nothing. Then, I'm sorry, Orlick. My love of country comes before all else. More than our freedom, and our friendship is at stake. Your love be damned, Wolfred! Let us stand as adversaries then! What?
Didn't see it coming. All of the true Nightwings gone. Bertrude's aim was true.
The sky rains ash. Soon your pyre shall... Soon shall our pyre's own mingle with them. I read that one wrong still. Just then, the skies above begin to rain down fire, the final throes of the cycles of the rites, the ending of the age.
Sorry, Wolfred.
Well then,
How he has changed, that Warlick. Grown old and bitter, lo, these many years. Have fun.
Oh shit. Damn it. I need to stop. Well, not need to stop, but
Such wherewithal.
okay.
Too bad for that one. A swift recovery. Banished, all of them. Be gone, Joe.
Well, okay. Out of there. Ooh. Oh, that still killed me. Oh! Oh my god. Wow, he fucking threw that super far. Okay. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. So, the false Nightwings bear their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. Oops. Nope. No. Stop. Stop. Okay. I'm so glad that bottle of water was empty. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then, fight for it, damn you! Yeah, you're gonna... Oh shit. Fuck, that was really bad on my part. Free the titty? You mean free the queen? Oof. Damn. Shit, that's not what I meant to do. But that's fine. Bruh. Whoa. Okay.
Banishment. All banished.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Fuck.
A banishment.
That counts as being caught.
I say. No sign of the true Nightwing's
Are you?
endless time.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Well cast. Yes. The
Oh,
orbs
shit.
engulfed.
Believe in hurt.
Now to the flame. Be gone now, Warlek.
Wow. Bye. There we go. That's it. We're getting closer. Believe in the heart of the cards. I'm trying. Wait, what? Oh, the megaphone. Orlick stands, breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre, before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. No, sir. Fucking Christ, dude. Yeah? What you gonna do? Mm-hmm. Fuck, I ran in right into that. Why am I doing this? Why was I doing that? Just go in. Oh, that's fine. It worked. Woo!
Nightwings proved their worth.
Yes, we
Their
did, you
adversaries
asshole.
They defeated utterly. Thus
Manifesting a
ends
win.
The liberation rite.
The great thing
The
is,
scribes have chosen.
even if we had, our Pyre had gone out once, we still have a plus 50, so still in the game. You're victorious, and I am grateful. You look upon Jodariel for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the shimmering pool shall engulf her. I'm sorry, I think I burped on stream. I think my mic picked that up. I'm sorry. Any moment now, she shall return to glory and join with Volfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the range shall end, till at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus the scribes have chosen. And thus the scribes have chosen. And thus the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
Hold. What is the matter here? Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rite, taken in whichever exile prevailed. But now, all is still. The light of the stars above has all but died. Since a growing fear that it is already too late, the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Erlek approaches, his head bowed. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then, something else catches his notice. Wait. Sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. Shimmerpool has appeared again. Different, somehow, but open. Dodadiel looks upon it. Does not engulf her, at least not yet. It seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes. This is not their greatest treachery. It is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now. The freedom. Orlek strides towards the Shimmer Pool, but Halt, Tariq. Orlek glances over at the lone minstrel in surprise. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside and shall surely drown. Of that I can assure you. And laughs to himself at this. Then, we have all been cheated. No. Shimmerpool is revealed. One of you may still return as planned. But as for who returns, someone shall have to choose. Ere the light of the scribes, light of the stars is extinguished, and the rites cease to be. This is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial. A scribe. Then, our confrontation. The liberation rite. And it was all meaningless. No. The victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice amongst those closest to the scribes. Either the anointed, or he who anointed them. Then, I may still go free, though I may send the reader in my stead. Aye. Shall be either you or the reader. You, the reader, or. And it shall be either or. Dario, please make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the Light of the Stars shall offer you this gift. That being the case, then, here's my decision. Reader, be gone from here. Return unto your home, or I change my mind. Dario wishes to give up her freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, sir. The choice which Dario made, or rather, the choice which she gave, it is now yours to make instead. This choice. You may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Absurd. It may, until such time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial. And fear that there is little time remaining now. The reader. If you and your companions are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, then I shall take it gladly. Freedom ought be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? Alright. And now the actual final choice. Us, Dario, or Oralek. Damn, time to make a choice. Meantime, play some more Pyre music. Actually, you know what? Let's listen to In Flames again, because it's such a good song.
When the stars align, the rights shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, the exile shall be there. All are not the same.
I don't get tired of this song at all. It's so good.
We shall be as one. Freedom in flame. The end has just begun. Strands may break alone, but twisted they come rain.
Together on our own,
The journey
we shall be made.
huddled in the cold, backs
Against the
storm.
timid and the bold.
Keep each
Other one, shivering alone, but joined are unafraid. Together on their own, journeys shall be made. Journeys shall be. If you can't see the poll, just refresh the page and you should be able to see it. I'm not looking until it's done.
when the stars
As align,
the
right shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, exile shall be there. Alone, but twisted make a braid together on their own. The journey shall be made. The journey shall be made. Jodadio. One, 67% Jodadio, 33% or like. Nobody voted for us, Pepe Hams. Nobody voted for us, Pepe Hams. Okay. Jodadio. Your intention this night was for her to return to glory, and it'll be done. Real quickly, what are the others? This is your chance, and Jodadio wished that you should take it. He earned his rightful freedom long ago. He deserves justice. You are decided. You have chosen Jodadio. He looks at you with some astonishment. Jodadio, Mom. You accept the reader's choice, or should you make another? I accept the reader's choice. Then it is done. You see a look of genuine surprise flash across Jodadio's face, and then she's gone. We've been here for like a week at most, but our wife deserves it, man. Yeah. You gave a chance at freedom so that Jodadio may yet have hers.
Godspeed, Captain Jodario. By the scribes,
Oh, she turned into a star.
no stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth.
Bye, Queen. Yeah,
What
bye,
shall
Queen.
become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
It was enough. Rather, you want freedom for all. Look at that. That's so pretty. That night, the exiled Jodadio returned to the Commonwealth. She was to be the last. The stars had faded and the cycle of the rites had run its course. She found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of the 6 liberated exiles, Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles in the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the street, shoulder to shoulder. Whoops, god damn it. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exiles, or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Sarian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile. And they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. We remember the exiles of the downside whose deeds led to the dawning of our age. Whether they returned or not. And you get to look at everyone. You get to see what happens to all of them. So, real quickly, before I click on any of these, I kind of want to, I want to talk about how my playthrough was and how it was, how you guys changed yours. I think I said earlier in one of the first few streams is that I sent Hedwyn away first. So I didn't get any of the scenes with him with talking to Pamitha about Fikani or anything else. Or even the scenes after with like Bertrude and Wolfred and all of them talking about him. The big thing is like the rate at which you guys you send people. You just like don't have time to really see their storyline or see it go, which is sad. But it's nice to go through that other playthrough, which you guys chose, and see how things were different. I didn't send Sir Gilman away. The people that were left in my camp was actually Sir Gilman, or if I don't remember, I think I either left Sir Gilman for last, or he stuck with me. But Gay stayed in the downside, Dodario stayed in the downside, and I believe Bertrude and Wolfred did too. Because I let some other people leave. I let Dalbert leave. And by the way, if you try to let Dalbert leave, he actually gives his freedom away to his son. And so his son leaves. And I let Aurelic leave. And by the way, if you have a peaceful revolution, which you can absolutely not have a peaceful revolution. If you have a peaceful revolution, Aurelic is there and he's with your cause. But if you have an unpeaceful revolution, I have to look this up later, he is not against your cause, but like if you have a violent revolution, he will just essentially tend to all of the wounded, regardless of who they are. Yeah, I let Pamitha go. Ruki, all of them. I think it must have been these four. Because in the end, it would technically be 3. I had 4. Right? I think that's how that works. Math. I'm not good at it right now. Anyways. Yeah, there's... so some things you guys didn't see is like Pamitha and Ruki. If you keep them longer, like I did, they have a bunch of scenes together and they really get along. It's really cute. I didn't get the scene, having sent Gay away, I didn't get the scene of Dario saying that she felt like Gay should be here so she could protect her, but, you know, she's good on her own. Anyways, let's talk with, fucking Ron here.
Should probably come down, Tice.
With the rights drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as sometimes the case with those in entrepreneur learning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least sudden change of fortune. Queen Jodari, the protector of Gay. Yeah, absolutely. So, that's the other thing. Since I kept Jodario here, if you keep Jodario in the downside, and have enough scenes with Ignarius, she actually goes and meets up with Ignarius and they, like, you know, go off together somewhere. Which I'm so sad about, because there is that scene that you can tell her that you love her, and she's like, I appreciate it, but like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, damn. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with the messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave it one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth. in newly minted coinage from the Saurian Union. Protector of gay, beggar of men. One nation formed in 839 AS after the fall of Commonwealth. We may all stand shoulder to shoulder with the common cause. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from the legal standpoint in the Saurian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with Big Bertrude, and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Especially in the Saurian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effect. Question. Which side do you guys want to go through first? Our side, or, for all intents and purposes, the villainous side? Our competitors' side, I guess I should. They're not all bad. Do you guys want to leave us for last, or do you guys want to do this? Evil? Okay. Start with the evilest. Udamildi. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, the witch Udamildi returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the Pyre of Melith. Or Melith. I'm still not sure how to say it. There, even her exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time, and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the Pit of Melith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from the Jomur Valley. Jomur. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified. Many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. The tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled, the grounds had cooled. The site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of witch Udamildi could be found. As for the contents of the Pit of Melith, which noticeably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Eastlock, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Udamildi's repeated threats of the return of Eastlock were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. Spooky. When Manly Tinderstaff realized the rites had ended and that he could no longer return to the Commonwealth through these ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing, of course, because he's a dick. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system, he attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with a superior propulsion, he tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now he was gone. Tinderstaff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin, the Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortunes or the latest news from the other side. What a dick. Yeah, he's a loser. He's a loser through and through. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal, to return to the Commonwealth and exact vengeance. When she realized the rites had ended, she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. He had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, but formed a pact to regroup on the other side after the liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth defenses, and revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what had happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down, chant from the Scribe's Return. When the Commonwealth had fallen, the Highwing remnants thus prevailed, without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned her blood sister Pamitha was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was very skeptical of this, but similar reports kept mounting. She soon accepted the prevailing opinion, however, grudgingly. Once a messenger imp arrived bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha, however, Tamitha turned it away. She would not give in to an impulse to forgive. God damn it, girl. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness. Poor Tamitha, she's just too far gone, essentially, in her own rage.
Grage merefactas.
After the liberation, Lendell refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him, what had become their top priority. But Lendell dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted rather forcefully that any evening now the stars would shine for them again, to mark the way towards his inevitable freedom. He was mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him, so that the exile known as Lendell the Liar was never seen again. However, there has been since sightings of a bedraggled demon wanders to the downside and bears Lendell's cruel countenance, suggesting he had lived. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he escaped the rites. Though the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient texts were crestfallen, as their last chance to return home vanished. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that, at last, there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles in the Pyre hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulse towards conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. I don't understand why, but okay. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of the Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Oh no. He is also a loser, but he came out on top. Barker Ashpaws had never much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he was always found its bylaws to be so stifling. He didn't care. He soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. Yeah, he fucks them. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jomyoda Valley. I love it. Gradually, the other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaw some healthy competition. His old feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him. and he forgot all about it amid his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any of the other exiles of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work. I do find it funny that he's like, fuck, man, now I got nothing. I'm just gonna recreate this for sport. Which, honestly, yeah, it's fun. It seems fun. If it were not your freedom at stake, it would seem pretty fun. Barker is the best character. He's... I like him as a little, like, he is a chaotic shitheel, and I love him for that. Absolutely. Once it became clear to Gunarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate. And that they did. For many, many nights, the revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside, then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one who he had called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at the time. Save Oralek for last. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance of freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldheart. But thus, they and the exiles of the Fates returned to Jumyud Valley. There, they struggled to get by, as the exiles of the downside tend to do. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Oldhearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes. So, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. Not a day went by that Almer Oldheart did not think about his father, and give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert's would be there among them, smiling down at his son, watching over him and his kin. Aw. They're good. They're a good family. After the shimmer pool closed for what would be the last time, Oralek looked around him. In the flickering light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre, he then returned to the fall of Solium and looked up towards the black, starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes then, one after the other. After that, he strode forward, towards the water coursing from the side of Mount Elodial. Without hesitating, cast himself down. Oralek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Elodial does not appear survivable, although Oralek did survive it once. In that time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. This time, Oralek was filled with nothingness. Chose to leave the downside in one way he still knew he could. The other Nightwings were to witness this, or forgot what they saw. Okay. Let's start at the bottom. The imp called Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the rites. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribes, imps are native to the downside and thus care not for traveling abroad. Yet Tizo had a different calling. The Nightwings believed that he too could play a key part in Fulford Sandalwood's plan. During the night of the scribe's return, he stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They'd only heard of the downside imps before, from legends of Haub the Swallow. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, representing both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. He would visit his friend Gay at every opportunity. She was among the few who could consistently interpret what he meant. They were always close since they first met. Wilfred Sandalwood would sometimes send him little gifts all the way from the downside. Despite the insurmountable distance between them, their friendship proved more than resilient. Tiso often missed his interactions with the Reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back on the downside. Yep. Once merely the status of a deviant, yet now a revered title in the Saurian Union. Gay best friend, hell yeah. And Tiso would often express wistful gratitude for all his time conducting the rites alongside the Nightwing, made such sacrifices for him. Other than that, Tiso was diligent about his role of something of a living artifact, helped interpret the messenger imps that relayed news to and from the downside. Despite having gained significant celebrity, he never let it go to his head, although he did take full advantage of his access to the Saurian Union's fishing industry. Good boy. Let's go down. Let's go up, down. When the cycle of the rites ceased turning, Wilfred Sandalwood turned towards the starless sky and closed his eyes and prayed. It was all that he could do at the stage of his plan. He aspired to assemble with liberated exiles representing each of the largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the Eight Scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites ending sooner than expected, his ideal scenario became impossible. Sandalwood's own freedom, for instance, was now forfeit, yet the plan did have contingencies. Fortunately, most of those contingencies did not prove necessary. Word reached him that the scribe's return, on the night of the scribe's return, his fellow liberated exiles stood together and their voice echoed through the streets. These former exiles, who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority, and in the end, the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood kept busy after that, as much as possible providing counsel from afar to those who would be best at the forefront of the birth of the Saurian Union. Of course, being stranded in the downside meant that there was only so much he could do. Resting assured that the future of the nation was in capable hands, he turned his attention to the remaining exiles of the downside. Might never return to that new nation, but at least they could experience his triumphs and struggles in some vicarious way. So he took to his old work, writing and printing. As literacy began to spread throughout the Saurian Union, so too did exiles of the downside take to it. For his part, Sandalwood helped to teach as many as he could. More than that, he provided the material to read a semi-annual report about the latest events both in the Saurian Union and the downside. This periodical gave many exiles something to look forward to. He welcomed the company of the Reader of the Nightwings at every opportunity, and counted him a trusted friend and a keen editor. As Wilfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout his land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, it is said that he remained steadfast about two things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus, the freedom that the people had achieved. It was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day, to commemorate his birthday, the people of the Saurian Union unveiled a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. While Sandalwood did not learn of it until much later, it is said that he was moved to tears then by the gesture. His sense ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his former exiles and our cause. Whew. I'll be right back. I need to grab some more water. I've literally gone through all the water that I have. Here, in my room, I mean. Some more. Okay. We continue. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. He had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. There, she had built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away almost as though nothing had happened. Then, when one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. Excuse me. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal, led only to a deeper understanding between them. By and large, Bertrude kept focus on her work, whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans. The work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Thus did Big Bertrude continue to live up to her name, and the tale of her days with the Nightwings made her much more a living legend. Ah, that music... oh my god, I cannot speak anymore! That music ended super abruptly. How you guys doing? No. Oh, no. Fuck, I wanted to save them for last, but... After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortune elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there, the summit of Mount Elodiel, with Celeste, where the two of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We know all this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Saurian Union and merely were imbued with weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims that having met this duo, had presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests that minstrels were heralds of the scribes, or these minstrels. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describe another, simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites, ushered in our times. Okay. After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the High Wing remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Fulford Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success, and with Thane stood shoulder to shoulder with her fellow former exiles, and truly, they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that night, the High Wing remnants were slated to mount an assault, which, for some reason, never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterwards, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between the High Wing remnants and the new nation that would become our Saurian Union. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Rugi Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time while traveling with the Nightwing. Under these new set of circumstances, it turned out the two had more to talk about, rather more in common. It would often put to the test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which one of them prevailed in the contest in the end. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the High Wing remnants if she was to be fully pardoned. She held out a hope that she might see her blood sister Tamitha there, knowing full well that Tamitha did not regain her freedom. Tamitha did later learn that Pamitha was welcomed back by her people. However, she never responded to her blood sister's attempt to contact her. Pamitha, in turn, did not expect forgiveness from her at any point. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out, and she said to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. She kept on trying to reach out, she said to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, or she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Saurian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Poor thing, her wings still clipped. But there is, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, depending on how you see it, there is no outcome in which Tamitha forgives Pamitha and they, live happily as blood sisters. There is no outcome like that. At least as far as I know. After her liberation, Jodariel soon became an icon of the movement that led the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Saurian Union. She was a grim, long-time resident of the downside custom. She regained her freedom. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Solium Mur, reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, he conscripted a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and celebrated their founding day each year. They remained close with Hedwyn all through this experience, and they supported each other through their many, many struggles. She kept an eye on Gay, who nonetheless demonstrated a surprising knack to get by on her own. Though Jodariel was always willing to provide assistance, just in case. She never settled down with anyone, although from time to time she thought about Ignarius, despite herself. She continued training on her own, regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. God damn. So much talking.
Uh. Okay. There remained one other constant in her life, would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness was part.
Consilta vidias.
After Rookie Greentail earned his freedom, he returned to lavish a welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury, choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he gave in to his better judgment, and he ended up with Sandalwood's forces. On the night of the scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomud Menimane himself. When dawn finally came, it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more. He realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of his conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing, but the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Pamela Thane, to whom he took a liking during this quest of freedom. They bonded further over love of drink, supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect partner, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time in the Nightwings. He shared a special understanding that put him and Greentail at a loss for words sometimes.
Consilta vidias?
The Commonwealth had never provided a sense of home for the one they called Gay the Grey. He was surprised on her return that she was treated so well. He felt uneasy about it, and besides, she knew that she would do her best to fulfill the pledge she made to her friends. Even she could not have expected the impact she would have on the following events. Despite not fitting the image of any of the 8 scribes, Gay nonetheless stood out alongside the others, amid the teeming masses on the nights of Scribe's return. She spoke of the scribes with such conviction and sincerity that the crowd was very moved. After the fall of the Commonwealth, there was a renewed interest in the light of the 8 scribes, or the legend, many new interpretations of their histories and teachings. Gay found herself at the center of this. Her way of speaking continued to compel a growing audience. She swayed many of the people from their astralist beliefs. Soon, the 8th word, which had lost favor with the people during the reign of the Commonwealth, sought her out and asked her formally to join. She did, right away. The theocratic sect believing that the 8 scribes were more than mortal, and their words divine. Surely the book created by the scribes was more than a fable, but a genuine artifact, though perhaps lost to time. Among her friends, she always remained close with Tizo, who more so than anyone could always make her laugh. He cited her relationship with Jodariel as the single most important in her life. Jodariel would always provide her circumspect perspective and the wisdom of experience. Gay always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Many people in the Sarian Union cited to her gentle manner, and an unwavering conviction helped them brave the changing times with courage and with grace. Ooh, almost done. We got this. Oh, when the worm, Gilman, returned to the Commonwealth, He believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him once again to make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peacefully. Gilman was on edge throughout the night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment. But the moment never came. When the matter was last put to rest, then Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. And all those in earshot were probably quite a bit of people, considering how loud he is. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstances again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful to have studied under the Reader of the Nightwings, without whom he would never have completed his penance. Because of this, and perhaps they were on opposite sides of the world, now, Gilman dedicated his life to him. Aw, Gilman. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge, his former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step towards gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed each day. Oh, god damn it. After his liberation, Hadwin was instrumental in the plan leading to the fall of the Commonwealth. It was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return had attributed to several key factors. One of them was an underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hadwin's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Golathanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants accompanied him. He was later identified as Fikani Shang. Cared deeply, they were separated when he was exiled. Now they're together. Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night, and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader of the Saurian Union, Edwin oft confided in his friend Jodariel. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Edwin would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodario, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings that they might all be freed together again. He had broken that vow for, in the end, not all of them were able to return. Terrible guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others whom he still knew lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All of the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Edwin thought of each of them often, so in turn, did they oft think of him. Ooh, okay. Final one. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there's no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseen. One possibility is that the lone minstrel took his leave, or when he took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal never existed, rather, that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offered still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantment. If there existed such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly, Sandra has appeared before you. Well, you can see. They're so far from the mark with all this nonsense. I'm wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She laughs. She's referring to the account of her. He says she does not care for it. Well then, let them gossip all they like. Really wish that they would mention you at least in passing, when next they are at it. So, they'll never know even half of it, shall they? He seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happens there. The account was relatively flattering despite a lack of detail. Even worse. Perhaps making some light of the situation will make Sandra. Sandra just needs a little time to vent. She values it. I'm going to make light of this. You indicate to Sandra that the real truth of what happened between you would perhaps make too lavish, less vicious. What is this word and how do you pronounce it? Lascivious. Would make perhaps too lascivious a tale to be told in such a format. I'm gonna have to look this up later. She makes a bemused sound at this. Perhaps the story ought to get out then. To think that they would go out to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, like to print such drivel. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now. Tuck it away, safe. Oh. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. Wait. Feeling or revealing an overt and often offensive sexual desire. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, I see. Huh. Reader's a little kinky, isn't he? Or rather they, because he can change gender. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. He was a kinky bastard. However, some accounts of him began to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth, weak framed, though raised with a penchant for learning. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink. He showed them the path. He pressed onwards with the others. He made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rites arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, he remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice which troubled him he never heard again. Some say he helped improve the lives of others downside exile. Though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of the night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived,
You guys enjoy this while I go use the rest.
afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rights awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling,
Oh, we did it!
has found her way home. Rookie Greentail
Woo!
proved his worth and returned to his family. By
Oh man.
the scribe,
God damn, I did so many voices.
they follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. The moon-touched girl hears the scribes in the world all around her. They have guided her home.
Look at him fishing.
Tizo prevailed, first of his lowly kind, to ascend from the downside. He has found a new home. Sir Gilman the Bold, ever
It's such a good credit scene too.
his quest, finding honor and glory. He has found his way home. Mammoth the Thane, having pleased the scribe, seeking only forgiveness.
Oh, look at her. And Rookie in the background.
Found her way home.
I think that might be Hedwyn over there, but I'm not sure.
They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end.
The voice loading Daddy out. There's so many different voices here. Cast in order of appearance.
The great mastermind, Wolfrid Sandalwood, saw his plans turn to action. He remained till the end.
You never really get to see the rest of, like, Gertrude's body. She has a thin waist.
Their foes
These snake people, man.
with her finest enchantments.
Loves reading names on there.
She remained
Hell
till
yeah.
the end. The reader at last made the night wings whole, having bound them together. He remained till the end. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till
Look at 'em.
the end.
God, they're all so cool. They're all awesome.
At the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
Oh, whoa. What's this? Tharian Union. Oh, man, I can't believe I've been streaming for 5 hours. Dude. Literally, that last hour was just reading and talking what happened to everyone. But yeah. The end. I love this show. So pretty. Have I mentioned this game is really pretty? I don't know if I mentioned that yet, you know? True Nightwing's campaign mode unlocked. No, I'm good. Oh, I didn't think it'd take 5 hours, but that last bit, absolutely. No, you stop that. You stop that for now. Please clap. We did it. I have mentioned you're really pretty. No, you. But yeah. Please clap. We have finished Pyre. I'm not gonna go straight into Hades just yet. I think I'm gonna take a little break because I've played through Hades a bunch on stream. Yeah. And I need a break myself. There's some other games that I do want to play. Not now, of course, but next time I stream. If you follow me on Twitter, you've probably seen one of them. If I do Hades, like I'm still kind of on the fence with that because we've done, like I've streamed a bunch of Hades. But that was like before the game was fully released as well, so it's not like I haven't really seen the endings, you know? The ending to that. But maybe I'll do like one stream I play Hades, the other streams when I have time play other games. The Winter Night one? Yes. The Winter's Night one. That one looks so interesting. I'm super on board with it. Find music. My brain's still kind of just on Pyre music, so you know what? Have that in the background. You started that game? It's cool? Hell yeah. That's good to know. And yes, Obby is cool. Oh. Yeah. That's kind of all I got for now. I am tired of speaking because I have been speaking for 5 hours kind of just constantly. I don't know if I'm gonna stream on Wednesday this week or not, though. But yeah, I might do the Winter Night one next time I stream. I might start that. I don't know if I'm gonna... Just next time I stream, which might be Thursday, might be Saturday. Maybe Thursday we do something else. I'll see. I'll see how it goes. But yeah, man, I'm so glad we did this. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. Like, Bastion, Pyre, Transistor, Hades, they're all just fantastic games. And I hope you guys have been enjoying, like, just all of it. Because I certainly have been, and it's great. Pyre is an undertaking. A lot of reading, a lot of speaking on stream, but also it's a good game. It's a very good game, and there's so much little variation. I wouldn't say it's very significant variation, but there are things like you can have a non-peaceful revolution. You can have certain members go, whoever you lose to in the liberation ranks. It's just all a bunch of different stuff. See what happens to some people when they stay in the downside. Yeah, just little bits and pieces and stuff like that. And like who you choose to go first, to escape first. Like what happens if you escape and Jodario really doesn't get to know Ignarius, right? Like, what then? But this game is fantastic. I don't know if I can decide if Pyre or Transistor is my favorite Supergiant game. Hades is also up there. Unfortunately, like the lowest on the rung is Bastion, but it's also like they're all just fantastic games. But you know. You know. Okay. I think that's gonna be it for me for now. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this journey, on this Super Giant Games journey. We'll talk about Hades later, but thank you so much for now. I'm glad you guys have, you know, have been here for all of this. But thanks for streaming this. Thank you for coming. Let's see who we can raid. Ooh. Tiny Pocket Shark is playing Everhood. Is there anyone else streaming? And Boyga's also streaming Far Cry if you guys want to watch that. But Everhood is a really cool game. Oh my god, hold on. She's gone VTuber mode.
Oh my god, it's so hard.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. Anyways, yeah. Let's raid Shark. Tiny Pocket Shark. She's playing Everhood. I watched somebody else play that. That is a very good game. A very fun game with very good music. Yeah, go watch that. Go give her some love. I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.